sofas or your beds or wherever you might be. This conference is programmed specifically for cultural marketers, and we're really excited at the range of speakers that we've got here today, including our first two sitting in front of us. Our aim is that by the end of today, we'll be able to take new ideas, skills, and knowledge and make positive changes to the ways in which we're working. So do take advantage of the opportunities, learn from our expert speakers, as well as sharing as much as you can with one another, and keep discussing and thinking about how we can move our organisations and our relationships with the public forward. If you'd like to tweet during the day, that's heartily encouraged. Please could you use the hashtag, which I think is written here, hashtag AMA Iterate. I'd like to extend very sincere thanks to our generous supporters of the day, Spektrix. Thank you very much indeed. They'll be around throughout the day, so do go and have a chat with them. They're also brilliantly hosting a social event at the end of the day at the Star of Kings pub at 5 o'clock, which I believe is, if you turn out of the building and turn right, it's along the road on York Way, and Google Maps describes it as a shabby chic pub with basement club room, so that sounds appealing. Good marketing, guys. There's more about socials and ways. We've got lots to celebrate, actually, today, so we'll move on to that later on today. Many of the AMA team are around here today. There'll always be someone at the information desk in the music foyer if you need to get in touch with anybody or just chat to them, because they're pretty lovely. This session, as I mentioned, is being live streamed, so welcome to those, and we must remember that we're mic'd up. We've just had a discussion about how that's gone wrong in the past. So, this session is also being captioned by the most fabulous stage techs. Thank you so much for your work. They are brilliant. And I believe they're also doing a breakout session. So we're working them really hard. So do go and join them for their breakout session later on. The really interesting health and safety and all of that. Toilets out and to the left. Fire alarm, we've actually already had a fire alarm practice this morning, so that won't be happening. So if a fire alarm sounds, it's for real, and you just need to follow the lead of the front of house team. Okay, so what is today all about? We know that engaging with audiences digitally offers us huge opportunities as well as some challenges. How do we make the most of our digital potential with limited time and resources? So Iterate and Innovate will consider how arts, culture and heritage organisations are borrowing from agile methodologies to maximise their return on investment. So use the day to explore how taking an agile approach could impact your organisation. Hear how others are changing their structures, their processes and their budgets to enable this. Learn both how to identify that activity that is contributing to your goals, but also learn when to halt digital activity that's not helping you achieve your objectives. I'm going to move straight on and introduce our first speaker today, who is Belinda Waldock. Belinda works with teams and businesses to explore and enhance their agility to support growth and improvement. She's also the author of Being Agile in Business, which is an introduction to agile working and agile project management, which was shortlisted by the CMI as a management book of the year and recently translated into Chinese. Congratulations. Belinda works with a diverse array of businesses in the creative industries, from tech to fashion businesses, including specific work with arts, cultural and heritage organisations. So join me in welcoming Belinda.
Thank you. Am I on? Can you hear me? Yeah? Good. Don't really need a microphone. I'm loud enough usually. So thank you for a lovely introduction. As I say, my name's Belinda. I've come up from sunny Cornwall. It was sunny when I left as well. I work across an array of businesses, so I'm really lucky that I get to work with lots and lots of different businesses, from kind of museums. I work with the Cornwall Museum Partnership, and we've been working on how we can adopt agile working. My background is more from kind of the tech side of things, so I kind of discovered agile through technology and have really kind of started working across the board and applying it in lots of different ways. So I've got I wear three hats. I run my own business, Being Agile. I also am co-founder and director of Software Cornwall, which is a digital community down in Cornwall, and I help organise Agile on the beach, and this is our beach photo from this year, so lovely to see so many here today. And it's quite an effort, actually, to get everybody kind of smiling and waving when there's beer and food and sand available to play with. So that's me. Today, I wanted to so actually, quick hand show. How many of you are already kind of using Agile? A couple, yeah, a few. And how many of you have heard of Agile? Yay, so that's good. And how many of you are completely new to it? And excellent, ideal. So a really good mix in the room. So talk to each other all day. That's one of the great things about Agile is collaboration and learning from each other. I'm going to give you a kind of, for those of you who are doing Agile, it's probably a reminder of some of the kind of basics understanding of Agile. And for those new to it, it'll give you a bit of an introduction, I hope, and lead nicely into Sarah's second part. So as I say, Agile's a philosophy. It's a mindset, and there's a big difference between doing Agile and being Agile. So it's great to adopt the kind of practical tools and methods that Agile brings to help change management and to help us grow and develop our businesses and our exhibitions or our events or whatever they might be. But what's more important is kind of using Agile to get to that state of being Agile. Which is more a mindset and a philosophy that we adapt. So what we'd like to achieve, and what I do a lot of work in, is actually creating this whole business agility. So today we're kind of talking very much around this kind of marketing element, and this is a model that's kind of emerged in a very agile way. It started off as a wheel, and then it turned into a pizza, and now it's a clockwork. Or at least that's how I think of it. So it's I talk about agile by name, agile by nature. Actually we want to adopt Agile in an agile way, take an agile approach to actually bringing Agile into our organisations. And so we can get to that point where it's a whole business culture. And helping us to balance out that kind of predicament where we're trying to run our businesses, we're trying to optimize and standardize those business functions, and that includes our marketing functions, but also we want to balance that with changing and growing our businesses as well. And Agile does that in a kind of continuous way. So rather than us stopping once a year or once every couple of years and measuring and changing the way we do our business, we build it into an everyday function. So this tends to be the slide that I use when I'm first introducing Agile to people. As a reality check, really. So, do people resonate with this? Yeah. It's it's kind of one of my favourite slides because I think we're all guilty of that fact of we kind of start off thinking about where we want to go. So we kind of go, yeah, this is where I am, this is where I want to be, this is how we're going to get there. No matter what it is in life, marketing or business development or renovating your house or whatever it might be, we kind of set out with this quite clear image and plan of where we're going to be and what we're going to do. But actually, this is what tends to happen, isn't it? And what Agile is all about to me is about embracing and managing this change, managing the chaos. There's a great Chinese proverb that is, there is chaos under the heavens and the situation is excellent. So it's saying, chaos is good, change is good. If things weren't changing, we wouldn't be growing, we wouldn't be developing and learning. So actually, that change, we need to embrace that and do more. And in today's markets, especially in marketing, I do the marketing for the conference, and just things are changing so rapidly. Everything is changing. Customers, markets, technologies, channels, people are acting on the fly. Things are moving so fast that we need to have methods that don't manage out change anymore, but they manage it in. And to me, that's the kind of core behind Agile. Because what works today may not work tomorrow. And we need to accept that and build that into our management processes. So I like to use cake as a metaphor for explaining Agile. This is the kind of in the very simplest terms for the guys of you who are new in the room. In a very traditional world, we tend to just take a really linear approach. So we start off, we go, right, these are our goals. Right, now let's scope everything out, pin it down, fix it down. Then we'll design it, then we'll build it, then we'll release it, and it's done, yeah? And we just take one sweep at that. And what that means is we don't really have much scope to change. So if you think about agile as a cake, then we've got these different layers of the cake. And what we want to do is we want to eat our cake in slices rather than in just one sitting, yeah? So we establish one of our goals. We do a little bit of scoping. We do a little bit of design, building, releasing, testing that, getting feedback, and then eat another slice and keep building and growing. And that means that we can build in change really early and we can get value out really early as well. So it's a really kind of core thing to actually stop and kind of go, actually, we're not going to take this linear approach. We're going to take a dynamic approach and we're going to embrace the change. We're going to build it in. And as I say, traditional methods tend to manage change out. And that doesn't really work in today's marketing world, but equally in our business world as well. So what we do is we have this kind of really short cycle of iterative improvement and iterative development. So we're planning a little bit, we're acting, and then we're reflecting and learning, and then we're planning a little bit more, we're acting and we're learning, and we might go through that every 3 weeks. So traditionally in Agile we have sprints, and those sprints are broken down into lengths of about 3 weeks. So we're constantly reviewing and planning and adapting and iterating our development. And we're taking this test-driven approach. We're kind of accepting that we don't know. You know, we're accepting that we don't know all the answers. And there's a great, you know, there's no such thing as failure, just feedback. Yeah? So we need to kind of embrace that learning. We didn't all get on a push bike the first time and do a wheelie down the road. Some of us might have, you know, but not meant to. It takes time to learn to do something, and it takes time to become an expert. It takes time to build a successful solution, and accepting that is really, really important. And we want to balance what we're doing. So we want to balance that kind of idea of continuously kind of delivering and running and optimizing our business with that ability to change and grow and improve. And like I say, we're looking at doing that on a regular basis, on a day-to-day. We're building it into our day-to-day processes rather than something separate that we do. Yeah? So one of the core values behind, there's a manifesto for Agile, and one of the core values is responding to change over following the plan. Now this can be misinterpreted sometimes as, oh, let's throw the plan out the window. Now I'm quite a chaotic person. I don't like planning anyway, so Agile, I like Agile, but it actually helps to structure me a little bit. And we're not saying we throw the plan out the window. What we're saying is that we need to embrace, we need to kind of embrace that change. Again, I keep saying it, embrace the change. You know, the plan's great. You know, we need to have a plan. We need to have a good idea of what we think is the solution, but we need to accept that that's just our best guess. You know, Agile is all about when we kind of, if we've done it 100 times before, then fine, we know what we're doing and we can keep doing it. But if it's new, then we can only really, our plan is just our best guess. So what we need to do is accept that plan, but then build in change as we go and be able to kind of pivot or persevere, you know, be able to change direction quickly. And how we start that, so there's a great tool called minimum viable product. So what we want to do is that first slice of our cake, we actually want to be getting something out there that we can test and we can validate. We can identify the value. There's a great principle, the Pareto principle, that will tell you that 80% of the value that you're delivering comes from 20% of the effort. So actually what we want to do with that minimum viable product is we want to find that 20% of that effort that's going to deliver us the 80% of the value and build on that from there. And by putting that minimum viable product out there, and there's also a minimum marketable product as well that kind of is the next step, the next slice, if you like. so that we can measure the impact, we can identify the value, we can learn and we can improve and we can get that feedback that we need from our customers, because our customers is who we are serving. You know, so many of the businesses that I work with, they talk about, you know, are you your typical customer? No. Well, why don't you ask your customers then? And there's some great examples which I'll share later on in the marketing session about how we've kind of discovered and grown and measured and learned. So, like I say, then once we've kind of got out there and we've tested these ideas, we can learn and we can grow from that, and we can then either decide whether, yeah, we're on the right track, our plan was right, and we're going to persevere. But if our plan isn't looking right and we aren't getting the traction and the momentum that we expect, then we do have that scope to actually pivot, you know, change our minds. Because with the minimum viable product, we've only spent 20% of our resources or our time or our budget. So we've still got 80% left to make changes. Whereas in the traditional way, we would have invested everything, done everything, and then gone, oh, that didn't really work as planned, but now we have to go back and ask for more money, or there is no more money if you're working in a small not-for-profit organisation like I do. You know, we have to live Pareto, because we don't have the resources and the budget to be able to do the kind of big bang approaches. And actually, I've found in marketing, big bang approaches aren't necessarily the most valuable. Often, if you take this kind of iterative approach, actually you're building traction and momentum really fast. So getting to this point of continuous improvement, continuous delivery, managing change and delivering value early. You know, getting something out the door and testing it, not to the whole world, perhaps to a little set of people that you're working with. So, you know, take this attitude of, rather than running one big long marathon, actually break your work down into these little sprints. So we run, you know, we stop, we catch our breaths, we reflect, we learn, and then we do another sprint. And that way we can always be changing direction rather than just one solid long plod through our project. Does that make sense? Yeah? Cool. So, just to flag up, I've got a session later, and like I say, that's going to kind of look a bit more into the kind of realms of agile marketing, and talk about the kind of marketing mixes that we've got happening now, the approaches that we can take, and the tactics, some of the tactics that we've employed that have worked really well for us for developing further. And that's me. And like you very kindly said, the book's there if you want an introduction to Agile that's completely non-tech. And that's me.
Thank you very much, Belinda. That was a great introduction to the philosophy and approach for Agile. Now I'm delighted to introduce Sarah Devine. Sarah is the manager of audience engagement at the Brooklyn Museum, and she's co-leading the Brooklyn Museum's Bloomberg Connects project, which includes the Ask Brooklyn Museum app. Sarah is a vocal visitor advocate. I love that. And works with curators, designers, educators, technologists, and visitor services staff all across the business on all aspects of interpretation and engagement. She is also, I'm delighted to say, a mentor on both the AMA's Digital Marketing Academy and our Audience Diversity Academy. And Sarah and her colleagues have been playing with new ways of working for several years, so she's going to share some examples of her own work and consider how best to implement agile approaches working in arts, culture and heritage organisations. So welcome, Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Belinda, for that really great introduction, so that I now don't have to spend a lot of time explaining Agile, and instead I kind of want to get down to brass tacks and a little ways of how we've used Agile planning and adapted it for our purposes at the Brooklyn Museum. But I do want to step back and repeat one of Belinda's questions, which was, those of you who have had a chance to run Agile projects in your own institutions or organizations, and are willing to talk to other people who might want to find out more, raise your hand so that people later on can come find you in the conference and be like, hey, yes, come talk to me. So look at your friends and peers here so that you can have good conversations later on as well. Thank you. Good morning. As Joe said, my name is Sarah Devine. I'm the manager of audience engagement at the Brooklyn Museum. And I also actually teach at Pratt Institute in New York. They have a brand new program called Museums and Digital Culture. It's a graduate program, so I get to spend a lot of time thinking kind of at the 40,000-foot view, which is really fun as well. And I've had a lot of fun being mentors for DMA 2.0 and 3.0, and then as said, the Audience Diversity Academy as well. And enjoyed working with the fellows and the staff here at AMA who are really fantastic. So thank you so much for inviting me to join you today. So we developed our award-winning app, Ask Brooklyn Museum, using agile planning. And like I said, I want to share a little bit about how we adapted it. There are a lot of flavors of agile. It can be very strict, or in my own opinion, a little loosey-goosey, which is how we did it. And that's kind of what I'm going to share with you. But I want to start with a little bit to give you a scope of who we are. This is our app, Ask Brooklyn Museum. But I also want to show, since I will assume many of you have not had a chance to come, but next time you're in New York, come say hi. This is the Brooklyn Museum. We have a 560,000 square foot Beaux-Arts style building, very sort of museum with a capital M. We have an encyclopedic art collection, which means that we have a little bit of everything from arts of Africa, Egypt, European, American and decorative arts, arts of the Americas, contemporary, of course, and we're also known for our Elizabeth A. Sackler Center of Feminist Art, which has the seminal feminist work, Judy Chicago's Dinner Party. We have a diverse and young audience. We kind of clock in at about 40% people of color on average, and our average age actually skews very young. It's 35, which is certainly young for a museum, at least in the States. So that's been a lot of work on the part of our education, curatorial, and other teams to kind of diversify our audience to match the borough of Brooklyn. That's part of our goal. So I want to talk a bit about Ask and the way that we ran our project, which actually began as part of a larger visitor experience initiative. And the goal for this initiative was pretty lofty, actually. So the goal for the initiative was to create a dynamic and responsive museum to spark dialogue and conversation between staff and visitors. And we began this process by a series of cross-departmental meetings, a lot of meetings, and a lot of discussion about what we did that we felt already met that goal, what we thought we could do better. And we came up with kind of a laundry list of these ideas. But we didn't really know how we would get from kind of the point A to the point B, as Belinda said, and we were worried it would be this sort of crazy path. And so we needed a flexible planning approach. And at that point, my project partner at the time, Shelley Bernstein, kind of said, what if we use agile? So she's a technologist. That was her kind of corner of the project. And I said, what is agile? And so I learned right along with her what it was and the rest of the team. And as Belinda explained, it's sort of this rapid-fire iterative process. I would love to say our sprints were 3 weeks. Our little pilot projects were more like 6 months. And in the museum field, that is fast. I don't know how your organizations are, but there's a lot of red tape and planning that goes on. And so I was pretty proud with 6 months. And we had a lot of people going, gosh, this is going really fast. I'm like, 6 months. Anyway, so for us, we were pretty excited about that. So we basically used a very scrappy thing, and we'll do this later in my workshop, except it'll be with sticky notes instead of cards. But we used cards to keep it very scrappy. So for us, it was really key for staff to communicate that this was an ongoing, evolving, ever-changing project. And for presentations to us, which was part of the process to keep staff involved, the idea of actually, say, doing a PowerPoint felt too polished. We literally put these on a board and carted them around to meetings and be like, see, we're really not, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. It's very in the moment. And that actually helped for us. So we used cards to plan our pilots out. And the first thing we wanted to start with was going back to kind of that first idea of, we think we know we do things well. What do we actually know? What do our visitors really need? So we said, let's put a pause on all those things we think we know and go straight to our visitors and find out what they actually wanted and needed from us. And so to do that, we spent about 6 weeks for our pilot. I'm sorry, 6 weeks, not 6 months. 6 weeks for pilot. And we started by placing gallery hosts. We hired a small army of staff. They spent 2 weeks in the galleries, incognito, just in regular clothes, observing visitors, finding out what do they talk about, where are they talking, what kind of things do they want to know. And then 2 weeks identified in these very stylish vests to talk to visitors, and of the same approach kind of would take notes. We used SurveyMonkey. They would take notes on how long was the conversation, how many people was it, what kind of questions did they ask, was it directions, was it about art, like just kind of ran the gamut of general overview. And we learned some really important things. As I said, a small army, 18 people we had for this 4 weeks just to try to run this test. And we learned some important things, which were that our visitors were talking about art, which was really key. I wasn't going to make that assumption. We know from other visitor studies that most of our visitors are adults. They come in pairs and triplets or small groups with friends and family, so we assumed they were chatty, and they are. They talk all over the building, but they talk about art. So I kind of expected them to talk a lot about what they had for dinner or a hot date they were going on or something, but no, they talk about art, so that's great. And we also learned that when we put the staff identified in the gallery, they really wanted to talk to someone. They would talk with these folks up to 5 minutes, which is a really long time. And often it might begin with a where's the bathroom, but it ended in a conversation about art, which was kind of exciting too. And one of the other things we learned was that people often ask staff for recommendations in terms of what else should I see today? I've seen this one thing, I would like to see something else, or I have another hour here, or what should I see? I'm with my kid, what should I see? Those kind of conversations. So we had enough people asking us about recommendations that were like, you know what, let's test this idea of recommendations. People seem to want it. And so we worked with our curators to come up with a handful of artworks across the collection and make a recommendation in another collection. This idea of cross-collection connection is something that had worked well for us in the past. So we went to the chattiest areas of the building. We brought some of those gallery hosts back. And if somebody was looking at one of the artworks, the gallery host would sort of saddle up to them and say, oh, I see you're looking at this artwork. If you like this, we think you'll like this other thing. And we would hand them this card. And this is my favorite part about this project, and Belinda said it already, is I get to say the F word, which is fail. Completely failed. And it's not something that museums talk about publicly very well. I don't know in your organizations, but failure is not something we talk about. This didn't work at all. It completely backfired. And the gallery host kind of would come into our office panicking, like, nobody wants these things. I don't know what to do. People would say things to us like, what does that have to do with me? Why would I want that? Like literally, what? Or my best part is, and maybe this is a Brooklyn thing, but if we said, oh, would you like a recommendation? They say, actually, yes, I think the lights are too dim, and this artwork should go over there, and I don't like the wall color, and all this other stuff. And we're like, oh, not quite what we meant. Good to know. So this backfired for us. And one of the things that sort of dawned on us that was such a failure about it is it wasn't that dynamic and responsive thing we were actually trying to accomplish. It was canned content. So yes, visitors wanted recommendation, but they wanted that kind of dynamic recommendation that happens through a conversation because it's about them, right? It's about what they want. And it's interesting, just as this was kind of failing for us, Amazon actually also changed some of their language around the way they were doing recommendations, which was from if you bought this, you'll also like this, to people who bought this also bought that, which is a very, very different terminology. And so it's that same kind of idea, problem of not being able to really wholly predict human behavior and preference. So I don't know why we tried to do it, but it sounded like a great idea at the time. But afterwards, we're like, oh, duh. So that didn't work, and we started wondering, well, yikes, if we have this small army of staff, 18 people, in our large building, and they want recommendations, we can't, we felt, afford to hire enough staff so you could find somebody anytime you had a burning question. What do we do? And we started to wonder what happens if technology brokers that interaction. And so we got a bunch of iPods with iMessage. This was our scrappy version. iPods with iMessage, and we invited some members in, starting with members, and then we did a group of regular visitors as well. And we invited them in to ask us questions. This is one of our members here, and a key thing I want to point out is where his eyes are looking, which is here and not here, which was important for us to look at. So invited members in. Our chief curator here on the left played the expert. We furiously typed because he doesn't type very quickly. And so they would ask us questions, we would type out the answers, and then we sat down and talked to them afterwards. Again, going back to visitors, what do they want? And it worked really well. We found out from them it was still personal and conversational, even though technology was brokering this interaction. And they loved it. They actually didn't care it was the chief curator. They just thought they were excited that it was just somebody from the museum. They didn't find out till afterwards who it was, which was important for us because we're certainly not going to be able to put the chief curator behind that every time. The other thing that we learned is, again, not eyes on art, not eyes on screen, which was important for us. That would have been a deal breaker. And we also found that people would use it organically in groups. again, social bunch, that was important for us. But they would say things like, we wanted to know when we were wondering. We're like, oh, great, people are using it together. And so that was the solution. Visitors will be empowered to ask us questions using their mobile devices, and we will answer in real time. So through a somewhat circuitous path, we landed on our final project. And right about the time we had this brilliant idea, we'd been in conversations with Bloomberg Philanthropies, and they graciously funded us as part of their Bloomberg Connects project, which you may be familiar with as the Tate here was one of their first institutions to be funded. So what is Ask Brooklyn Museum? It starts with an app. But that's really just a tool to connect you to these lovely folks, which are our team of experts, art historians and educators who answer questions in real time. We use beacons to locate you throughout the galleries so that the team has a fighting chance of knowing what artworks that you're around. We try to hide them. They thankfully eventually came in white. First they came in purple and blue, which is the curators loved, let me tell you. And then we have the dashboard on the back end, which as your question comes in here, it's picked up here. When you click on it, we actually use machine learning here to pull up for 2D objects, surfaces, the collection object for the team, which saves time. And they answer the question here in this dashboard by typing back. I'm not spending a lot of time on the functionality of that because this is what we're here to talk about, which is agile. So as Belinda gave a really great overview, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But of course, the basic components, breaking things down into parts, building small, minimal viable product, as she said, or MVP, which is what Ask was when we built it. You test and you learn, and you rinse and repeat. That's basically how it worked for us. There are a million flavors of agile. There's really, when you Google agile, these are the kind of images you get. I really liked the cake analogy, but interesting, kind of different than the circle, and a really interesting and cool way to think about it. So there's really, in my opinion, kind of not a right way to do it. You adapt to what you need, but there are some key concepts, and that's what I want to go over. What we used is, in our project here, is the Agile Samurai. It was a really great little publication. You can Google and get it free online. Sorry, Belinda. Her book, I didn't know about her book, or I would, next, that'll be next. But for us, it worked well. It was low on dogma and very concept focused. And so all of the teams, my team, which is the people-oriented team, my project partner, Shelly, and her tech team used it too. And so we were able to talk the same flavor of Agile. I think that's important, is just if your teams are using the same flavor, that's kind of what matters. So we really feel like Agile can be adapted to any project. It could be a small-scale project. It could be a small investment towards a larger project, which is kind of what Ask turned out to be, or how you manage a gargantuan project. We used it for Bloomberg Connects, which was a small investment towards the final project. So all of those little pilot projects that we did building up to it was before we had funding. We continued to use it after we had our idea to develop the app and how we use it, and we're still using it now. So some vital components of Agile that is kind of about adaptation for making it work for you. And part of what really makes this approachable, flexible, and scalable. For us, the first tenet was getting the right people around the table. So, like any project or any process, you need buy-in for it to be successful. And to do that, you have to be inclusive. I don't recommend a really large group if you can possibly help it. For us, this was a kind of subgroup that was in our early meetings, but from this, we actually even pared it down more. And so it's, every place has its own politics. It will be your responsibility to know who needs to be involved at what stage. If there are multiple voices that needs to be involved, one of the things that worked for us is we actually had a smaller working group that came up with the actual test projects. There were about 4 of us, and then we had kind of a sounding board group that was a little bit larger that we would go to and say, hey, here's the idea, poke holes in it, let us know what we're forgetting or what are we missing, or if there's anything that we need to know before we run the pilot. And then we would do regular reporting out to the entire institution to let them know what happened. And that process worked well for us. But there were a lot of voices that wanted to be involved, and that was a way to kind of keep it to a really focused working group so you can actually get things done. So that worked for us. And of course, there's this challenge with iterative process and museum or arts organization culture. The idea of rapid fire and sprints is always a challenge. Keeping a small working group really helps kind of battle that too. If nothing else, we started running into problems of simply scheduling meetings. There were so many people that needed to be involved. We would have to schedule these catch-up meetings so far in advance, it was like killing time in terms of being able to do this. So having a small working group helped that for us. So one of the questions I actually get asked a lot from the fellows is how to garner that necessary buy-in for projects like this. And we had the advantage of having kind of top-down marching orders for this, which can help really well. But I have to say, if you don't have that, or even if you do, it's also really important to spend time finding out who your advocates are within your institution that can, ideally even in other departments, that can help be cheerleaders for you and help kind of garner support within the institution, whether they're in your department or not. Just having other voices echoing the support of what you're doing can be super helpful for pushing things through the building. And so that's something that's really helpful. It goes a long way. Another thing we learned, and this is the basic tenet of Agile, which is one step at a time, don't get too far ahead of yourself. And this can be really challenging, particularly for ideas people. If you get all excited and then you have all these solutions to the challenge that you're seeing, and it's hard not to kind of motor ahead with a particular idea. And again, that's why we used our cards. This was maybe the hardest component for Shelley and me and my project partner, because we really would start going down this rabbit hole of cool ideas to solve the problem that we saw. But really, it doesn't. Agile breaks down if you do too many things at once. It just doesn't work that way. And so each step really needs to be informed by the previous one. And if we had seen that people wanted recommendations and hadn't run that test, we were already thinking ooh, we could do some sort of digital magic tour where you pick some artworks and then it builds a tour for you. That would have been completely the wrong approach. So, but we were already half planning that in our heads. But because we did Agile, we didn't sort of go down that path any further than we needed to. So that worked really well. As I mentioned, setting up those cards helped show the stakeholders how informal our process really was. We actually had an unusual scenario of people did not believe us that we didn't know what the project was. They really thought that the two of us had cooked up this plan and we're just sort of backing our way into this idea. And it wasn't until a few meetings in when they saw us, one, debating with each other in front of the group as to what the next step would be, and two, carrying these cards around, that we finally convinced them, we don't have some grand scheme, we're really just kind of along for the ride here, and that helped a whole lot. So, of course, the most important thing is plan for failure, and I really liked how Belinda said there isn't a such thing as failure, it's all feedback, and I think she's right. I like saying failure because it's shocking, and again, museums don't say this word, but none of it is really a failure because it's all a learning experiment. And so as long as you learn something, it's no time wasted, it's no time lost. But this is a really important thing. Plan for this, assume everything is not going to pan out exactly the way you want, which is the whole point of running the test to begin with, is so you go down a path that makes sense, and give yourself a break if what you expect happens isn't what happens. That's, the whole reason you do this. And if we hadn't run, as I said, if we hadn't run our test, this is not working anymore. Okay, if you hadn't run our test, we would not have, there we go. We wouldn't actually have come to our actual idea. And we would have gone a whole other route. Keeping momentum going is really useful. A tight schedule is really useful. Again, the whole point is that it's rapid fire, it's sprints. For us, again, it was a particular challenge given buy-in that was needed in the building and all the stakeholders that wanted to be in. And that's one of the reasons our pilots were 6 weeks instead of 3 or more, was to, and there was more breathing room between the pilots than I would have liked, because it was very important for us to go back to the entire building, have a town hall, say, this is what we learned from this pilot, here's the next one that we're going to do. And that did build in time that was a little bit frustrating on our end because we wanted to keep going, but it was really important, and I'm glad that we did it that way, because we were able to sort of take the whole building along with us as part of this process. And so nobody felt sort of left out in the cold, which is pretty important. Nope, clicker's dead, I keep forgetting that. Okay. This is also interesting. Scrappy is good. Avoid the ta-da moment. It's not ta-da, woohoo, yeah. No, that's not what this is about. It's about testing these different things, learning. Scrappy, I think the 20% is a really great number, because then you're also not spending a lot of money ahead of time on what's not a finished product. And so keeping things scrappy, keeping things working is a really good idea. Sorry, I've lost my place in my notes. Give me 1 second. This is what happens when I just start talking. There we go. Okay, so this one is actually a really tough one for us too, because there's a balance here. Scrappy to me also often means can be interpreted as a slapdash, and that's not what I mean. And for us too, in arts, in marketing, where things are supposed to be beautiful and polished, in art museums where things are supposed to be beautiful and polished, the idea of having something that was, say, photocopied and didn't go through our design process, those recommendations cards, I wanted to just kind of type something out and like run them in a photocopier and be done with it. But no, it had to go through the whole design process. Our design team got involved, the editors got involved, et cetera. There is a balance in there somewhere, and it can be a challenge, but having things not over-planned and not over-designed in terms of spending so much time on it that it's slowing everything down is good. So what are the minimum amount of resources that you need to get the thing on the floor? That's basically what it is in order to test in order to test the idea. So it helps to remain flexible. It helps speed up the process. For us, part of it was using paper solutions to start. So this is actually the way that you log in to our dashboard, the tool that the team uses to answer questions and that we use to see our metrics. And we chose a picture password idea, mostly, I think, partially just because the technologists thought it would be fun. But it's also a little bit more secure than a word-based password. But before we went that route, we did testing with Pokemon cards with some of this just random staff in the building that were willing to do it. And so they would come, pick a password. This was one of our conservators, actually, who did it for us. Pick a password, and we would test them like a week, 2 weeks, a month later to see if they remembered it, and they did. So we moved forward with the idea of a picture password. But if we could have spent a lot of time building that, and then if that was not an easy way to remember. So that was one way that we did it. And also, before you build the thing, which in our case is the app, is there another simple off-the-shelf way to test the idea? And for us, it was iPods with iMessage. Our app actually is built off that platform of iMessage. It mimics it. So that was a really good way for us to test whether or not that concept would work. And we just answered them coming in. And of course, the most important thing that I can't stress enough, which is going straight to your users, your customer base, your visitors, however you want to describe them. And so for us, it was going right and doing testing with them. And we've continued to do that even as we test new ideas. Once we had the beta version, there was a lot of time bringing groups in to test with the app. Because once we developed the thing, we still had to figure out how do you engage people through art via text messaging. We didn't know. We had no idea. We're like, this is a great concept. How do we actually make it happen? And so there was, once we got the app in minimum viable product, we brought people in and we started testing with it and we made changes based off that. And so continuing to do that, and we're doing the same thing now. We're starting to wonder, can we use Ask to do self-guided tours through the building? So it's this combination of kind of personalized tour through texting, but also providing information in tour format. So we've brought people in and we're doing testing around that. And so always going straight to who it is that's going to use it. Not necessarily everyone, as Belinda said, but even a small sampling of your real users. And for us, we've had a lot of colleagues come and test it, and I will tell you right now, they ask for completely different things than our regular visitors do. And so, like, one of the first things they want to know is, oh, I want to get to my conversation later, and we're like, nope. Once you leave the building, it's gone. No visitor ever asked to see their stuff later. Only colleagues want to see it later. So it's one of those things that is like, no, sorry, we didn't do it because nobody else asked us to do it. So going straight to your visitors are really important. So, the iterative and flexible nature of Agile was really vital for the success of our project. It was definitely a learning process, and I'm still learning. Every time I run another project in an Agile way, I feel like I learn more about it. Hopefully, this was kind of useful. I'm going to get down into a little more brass tacks and a little more specifics of how to build out pilot tests in the workshop sessions this afternoon, so I hope you can join me there. And I'll be around later on today, of course, if you have questions or you want to chat further. So thank you so much for your time.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Sarah. So now it is time to go into our first seminar sessions. I think most of you have actually now signed up for seminars in advance, but if you haven't, you can still do so on the seminar boards next to the AMA information desk. To let you know where they will take place, David Postill will be here in this room talking about relationship enriching technology. Agile in Action will be in the St Pancras room. Our sponsored session, Agile in the Arts with Spektrix, will be in the Limehouse room. And if you have a one-to-one surgery with Catherine Toole, these will take place in the Rotunda restaurant, which is one floor up from where we are now. Ask a member of the AMA team if you're unsure about anything at all. Just before we go, please join me again in thanking our opening speakers, Belinda and Sarah. Okay, go.
From my head down to my feet, we're laughing, joking, through a dice to my defeat. Seasons change, it'll never be the same. I'm hoping I will stay the same. Reasons strange, why we almost play these games. Seasons change, it'll never be the same. I'm hoping I will stay the same. Reasons strange, why we almost play these games. Seasons change, it'll never be the same. I'm hoping I will stay the same. Reasons strange, why we almost play these games.
Ooh, lights. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back, both those who are here in the room with me and those who are elsewhere on the live stream. And once again, this session's being live captioned, so thank you again to Stage Text. Next, I have the enormous pleasure of being able to introduce David Postill. David is the Vice President of Marketing at the Toronto Symphony Orchestra, where he's responsible for all sales, marketing and customer services for 130 Toronto concerts, including a subscription season that lasts 43 weeks, benefits, special events, festivals, tours and so on. So he has vast amounts of experience in all established and emerging aspects of marketing, and also consults regularly to early stage startup companies and mentors young entrepreneurs. So David's going to talk about how an agile approach has contributed to his team's success. Since joining the Toronto Symphony Orchestra, David's been leading his organisation in a move to put digital first in everything they do, and his mission is to create excellent relationships with his audience, and that has been a digitally focused effort. So thank you very much, David.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Joe, for that introduction. Thank you to my team in Toronto who's joining by live stream. They're going to have to go for a lot of beers in about 40 minutes after they hear all this boasting from me about how awesome they are. But it's well deserved. And thank you to the organizers for this conference. It's been just an absolutely terrific day here. The fact that you're able to come together and discuss sort of the major issues facing arts marketing is in itself an enormous accomplishment. And over the last couple of years, you've been exploring some very interesting topics, from being digital first to being more consumer-centric, to digital marketing in general, to this event's discussion around agile marketing. That is quite an accomplishment. And I think it's a way for us to all connect the arts sector more deeply, more effectively to the broader public. And that is a big challenge, because things today are very different from what they were 10, 20, or even 30 years ago. Those were the good old days in the world of symphonic music, when august musicians under the tutelage of an extraordinary baton would take the stage, summon the sounds of classical music, and please audiences. At the TSO, we were blessed, if you will, with conductors like Sir Ernest Macmillan, who is here in this photo, Seiji Ozawa, one of the world's greatest conductors, and even Sir Andrew Davis, who in the 80s made an intense impact on the orchestra in the city of Toronto. And things since then have changed quite a lot. You only know too well how things have changed here. I was in Scotland just days before the Brexit vote, and the sense of fear and concern and unpredictability there was like something I have only seen when we ourselves debated referenda issues in Canada with the province of Quebec. And in fact, this sense of unpredictability is not contained to the British Isles. As you may know, things have happened south of Canada that have us all a little concerned about where things are going. But let's go back to those good old days when the audience was filling the hall, when they had a shared understanding of the rituals of the concert hall, whether it was theater, music, ballet, or music, when they debated the nuances of interpretation, when 70% of our revenues came from subscriptions, not 30% like it is today, when we collected cash 6 months in advance of the shows, when single tickets were bought months, not days before. We all know things have changed a lot, and the speed and magnitude of change continues to accelerate. When I joined the TSO in 2014, the situation was not that rosy. We had some problems. Through a combination of the aging out of subscribers, more entertainment options to choose from, our own internal leadership challenges, things at the TSO were not good. Subscriptions are down. Houses were far from full. Costs were up. And audiences didn't know when to clap. They didn't frankly care if they clapped, or they cared too much if they clapped. There was no consensus. Things were problematic. We were facing the same many new and old challenges that orchestras have had for some time. I was hired to come in and bring a fresh perspective to marketing our concerts, and I think I have. My background is in consumer product marketing and advertising. As such, I was asked to bring different solutions to the challenges we faced, and in particular, to take my knowledge and experience in agile marketing, gained from time in a very successful entrepreneurial business, and change how we did marketing at the TSO. Now, change. The mere mention of the word causes some people, and all of us at times, to feel uneasy. We find ourselves resisting change, perhaps because of the perceived risk or even just the fear of it. And that's a very rational reaction. The TSO is no different. Like most organizations, the TSO struggles with change. We have a 93-year history in Toronto. We've been led by some of the most talented conductors ever. But letting go of the conventions that come from that history can be very difficult. Change is difficult, but we are doing it. This year, I believe that we have turned the corner, and many key performance indicators are telling us that we are getting it right. While it's not all roses, I can say this past season we've had some tremendous accomplishments. Unprecedented concert attendance, record even, the highest in 5 years. Our Mozart Festival, our Messiah Festival, our New Creations. Imagine that for a minute if you're not in the music business. A new classical music, New Creations music festival set record attendance. We had 44 sold out concerts, and most importantly, we had 23,000 first-time attendees. 23,000 people came to the symphony for the first time. This is good. This is success. The question is, how did we get here? Well, if you heard me in the breakout session, I told you there, we made a lot of mistakes. We got a lot of things wrong. But we did get one thing very right. We heeded the wise counsel of a great philosopher, known to some in this part of the world as the Belfast Cowboy. We understood that we had to change. The TSO had to change. The decision to change was what we got right. But how did we change? Well, we had to begin by making different choices. We had to believe that doing new things, was better than not doing them. Doing is greater than not doing. When the car is racing towards the cliff, turning the wheel is what matters. It doesn't matter if we turn left or right. You have to do something. We also had to concentrate on our customers. We had to know them deeply. And we had to use technology, not just to take costs out of the system, but to forge relationships with our customers. We adopted many of the ideas from the field of agile business, which brings us to why we're here at this conference. At the TSO, we chose to learn from our customers. Now I'll repeat that. We chose to learn from our customers. This is the essence of our approach to agile marketing. It's the core thought that runs throughout the marketing department. It's the core thought that motivates us to iterate and innovate. It's the core thought behind the type of relationship we have with our audience. It's present in everything we try. I'd like to spend my time this afternoon unpacking that sentence, demonstrating what it means for marketing, because I believe this focus has made all the difference for us. So let's begin with customers. Yes, I called them customers and not patrons. I have even, on occasion, been known to call them consumers. Now, if your group is anything like the TSO, talking like this was the first indication that they'd hired a crazy man to run marketing. Customers, I mean, come on, this is high art. This is not entertainment. This is the highest level of musical performance in the country. Well, they are still customers. It's a subtle difference between customers and patrons. Actually, it's not a subtle difference at all, but hear me out on this point. A patron, by one definition, is someone who gives financial or other support to an organization. It's about giving for the benefit of the organization. My point is perfectly made by this painting. It actually hangs in the Portrait Gallery, the National Gallery. It's a picture of patrons. It shows an artist who has created something and seeks a patron's support via an intermediary. Using the word patrons to describe our customers is not helpful to arts marketing. It connotes the wrong ideas. The laws of gravity, commerce, and reality do not suddenly disappear when someone goes to buy tickets to the symphony. Their expectations during purchase are the same ones they have when they shop Amazon. We don't magically get a pass because we work in the arts. We sell tickets to customers. We transact with customers. It's not about giving for the benefit of the organization when we sell tickets. It is about starting a relationship. Now, they may one day become patrons, but they don't start out that way. And we do have patrons at the TSO. We also have a great team at the TSO who are focused on philanthropy from patrons. Only 15% of our funding comes from the government. So you can bet we put a lot of effort into philanthropy. Even so, philanthropy does not look like this anymore. The expectations of donors are far different. But that's a talk for another day. Now, some of you may push back and say another definition of a patron is someone who is a regular customer. Our concert attendance was down when I arrived and dropping. So I needed to think about acquiring both regular customers and just plain old customers. We will not survive, no business can survive, if the universe of our business is defined by just current prospects, especially in a business where so many are aging out. So I challenged our marketing team to think about customers, not patrons, to focus on their needs. And by doing that, we started to see the people who come to our shows more holistically, more humbly. We aren't the center of their world. Classical music isn't the center of their world. This week or next week, we are just one of the options they have for a night out. To help us see our customers as real people, we created personas for each of our 3 major target audiences based on customer survey information. We have on the far side, Helen. Helen is 67 years old. She's our subscriber. She attends a lot of shows. She buys the best seats in the house, and she proudly tells people how great and how important to Toronto the TSO is. We know Helen deeply, where she shops, her interests, and the right ways to share information with her. But be careful about making assumptions here. Helen also strongly demands a better web experience. She is a silver surfer. A quick sidebar story. We have a great group called the Volunteer Committee at the TSO, and they're essentially a set of subscribers, older ladies who volunteer their time helping musicians. I was at a luncheon with one of them, a lady named Fran. Fran, who is 87, I believe, leaned over to me at the luncheon and said, "David, you've got to get the TSO on the Book of Faces." And I said, "Fran, really? Tell me about that." And she went on to tell me this great story about her grandkids coming over on the weekend, and they brought her an iPad and they hooked her up to Facebook, And now she can follow the grandkids on Facebook and see what they're up to on the weekends. Be careful what you assume about your patrons, because they will surprise you. Talk to them, listen to them. Julianne is in the middle. She is a 40-something single-ticket buyer. She's digital savvy. She is the social organizer in her marriage. She's not rich, average household income. Her family brings in $87,000 a year in Canada. She loves music, and she comes to about 2 to 3 shows a season. We need her to choose to come to the TSO instead of the ballet, instead of the opera, instead of theater or a hockey game or a dinner at a nice restaurant. And then there is Taylor. Taylor, the millennial. Taylor is in her 20s. She's the person we want to develop into a regular customer. She buys tickets at a reduced price through our T Soundcheck program, which is discounted ticket prices for those under 35. She may or may not have any musical education. And frankly, she has mixed feelings about coming to a concert with a bunch of Helens who are telling her to turn off her phone. We have very interesting audience members. This focus on our customers as people has meant that we are looking at the full extent of their concert experience more than ever before, from awareness to consideration to purchase into the hall and post-concert. These are all photos taken by our customers posted to their Instagram. This is what they see when they think of us. We did some quantitative research with them, and we found out that what customers love about the experience with the TSO is losing themselves in the music. It's the escape. In jobs to be done language, and that's a JTBD shout out to Clay Christensen, the author and scholar at Harvard, read his new book. Customers hire the TSO in order to escape into the music. We also heard that it's just not that much fun to listen to a concert in a half-empty house. Empty seats look bleak, the applause isn't as loud, and there isn't that same buzz around you in the hall. The aha moment was here. It was when we realized that for many, just listening to a world-class 93-piece orchestra performing a wide range of some of the best music ever composed isn't enough. Being with other people in a beautiful venue was a big part of the overall concert-going experience. The music is important. The music is very important. But the experience is everything. We had to look at everything we did through this lens. It's not about us, it's about you, the customer. How we define and shape our relationship with that customer is critical. Maya Angelou said that I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. We define the relationship we want to have with our customers by how we make them feel. These are our friends, our colleagues, our family. We care about them. And we measure that relationship in terms of lifetime value, not just on a single ticket purchase. We are in the relationship business at the TSO, and we need to care very deeply about how people feel when interacting with us. This lens, this empathy with our customers, has to drive all our choices, particularly choices about technology. Technology is only useful in so much as it enhances the relationship we have with our customers. When we measure technological opportunities against their ability to enhance relationships, the decision to deploy it or not becomes very easy. This lens of relationship-enhancing technology has led us to further insights and actions on our part. I'll quickly take you through 3. First, we now see human patterns in our web analytic data. When customers first connect with us, there's lots of mobile phone traffic. About half of all of our web traffic now is mobile. Customers are browsing and costing our concerts, looking at seats, and then going away. Mobile conversions are very low, they drop right off. On the other hand, purchases on desktop are extremely high. What's with that? What's the human truth behind that? Well, we think that people are checking out our concerts on their phone, talking to their friends and family about going to a concert, and then buying tickets from their desktop. We have to understand that behavior and respond to that need. Mobile and desktop must work together. They are not mutually exclusive interactions. Having a responsive web design is not enough, and we have a great web design at the TSO. But we have to understand how the channels are used together and make each right for the customers. The second thing this lens of empathy taught us was that we had to reconsider what constitutes building the brand. Usually in marketing, the rule is build the brand, make the sale. Build the brand, make the sale. It flows from the view of marketing as a funnel, where we drive from awareness down to purchase. The funnel goes from wide to small. But this doesn't really capture what happens in repurchase and loyalty moments. It understates even what happens at the point of sale. So we chose to reverse the adage. We reversed it so that we make the sale in order to build the brand. We do this in two ways. First, we have been relentless in removing steps to purchase. Every click counts. Same on the phone, same at the box office. Secondly, we see capacity as an attribute of sale. By filling the house, we are creating a better experience for our customers. It improves how they feel about the sale, they made the right choice, and in turn, it builds our brand. This has pushed us to house-filling measures we would not have considered years before. They were messy, they damaged our brand, they were too retail-y, we thought. But empty seats in a concert is not just lost revenue potential. Filled seats have a social and emotional benefit to our audiences and our brand. They have community benefits when people share their experiences. They have accessibility and education benefits. The arts and classical music in particular cannot be for the elite. They cannot be just for the wealthy. We also heard from a few of our major supporters that they too were dismayed by half-full houses and sometimes wondered whether they were supporting the right arts organization. Think about that for a moment. A full house may have revenue potential way beyond anything we charge in tickets. So by strengthening the sale experience, both through improved purchase moment and house capacity, we build the brand before the music is ever even played. And thirdly, on the subject of customers, I want to highlight our organizational approach. Organizational hierarchies in lean startup and agile business models are important. They are what get you to the MVP. They allow you to iterate, persevere, or pivot. You've heard a lot about that today. For us at the TSO, we needed to move away from functional silos, away from just having an advertising group, from a print group, from an events group, from a web group, and shape our team around delivering the customer experience, having everyone working together against that goal. We've stayed lean, we are flat, we have hallway meetings, we create cross-functional small groups on assignments, we map the journey, we map the experience, and we create teams to focus on key points in that journey. We use research all the time. We use it to illuminate our path, not tell us what to do. And we listen directly to customers. We regularly read out the feedback our customer service team receives on the phone or by email at full marketing meetings. Everyone hears the feedback. I call customers directly when they are happy and when they are very frustrated. My email and every member of my team's email is available on the website. You can contact all of us. We all work concerts and we all greet customers. There is no gap where there is no ivory tower for us. We also steal proudly from the field of user experience. Anyone who has had a professionally built website will understand user experience, and that's the same thought process that I've used to build the team at the TSO. What matters in user experience is enhancing user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, or pleasure provided in the interaction. That's what the marketing team does. What team structure that gets you to that outcome is for you to decide. The important part is making user satisfaction your central objective. So the essence of our agile philosophy in Toronto is that we choose to learn from our customers. We choose to learn from our customers. That thought guides all of our innovation. Now, we've unpacked customers at great length because they are the most important element. But after customers comes choice. And what do I mean when I say choice? Well, choice, as we all know, is about putting resources and focus on one activity at the expense of another. We make choices all year long. We can't just set out a year's worth of media buys and digital tactics at the beginning of the season and trust the decision that I made in July is still going to be valid in March. Yes, the budget and goals are decided for the year, but not how we're going to get there. How we get there depends on choices we make every single day. The essence of strategy, as Michael Porter of Harvard has written, is choosing what not to do. Each day when circumstances change, we have to make those very choices. And when we run into trouble, who do we call? Ghostbusters. Well, actually, no. But it was such a great movie, I had to throw it in. Did anyone see the sequel here? No. No, I didn't think so either. There is actually a lesson in the Ghostbusters movie that is relevant to what we've done at the TSO. In the original version of the film, you'll recall, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, and Harold Ramis stars 3 eccentric parapsychologists who start a ghost-catching business in New York City. These 3 characters come together to form a business after losing their jobs at Columbia University. They each have their own expertise. Metallurgy for Aykroyd, quantum physics for Ramis, and womanizing, frontman, for Bill Murray. Together, these 3 are successful. The right mix of talent and personalities and skills they combine allow them to succeed as a team. The same is true for how we build our team at the TSO. We don't ask the old structure to do something it wasn't capable of. We created a structure that would succeed at what we needed. We bring together the right experts, some in-house, some external. And we build a structure that prioritizes nimbleness, agility, and innovation. One way we've become nimble is that we have outsourced much of the heavy lifting, the work that can take much longer, requires deep subject matter expertise, to external partners. We have a technical partner who both maintains and manages our technical digital environment, as well as does much of our website coding, development, analytics, tagging, and measurement. We set the strategy, we define the dashboard, and we get help from experts to compile the results. We also engage 2 digital strategy partners who work with me and my team to guide us toward our long-term vision. They help us to evaluate what are the right resources. We outsource also to a design partner who specializes in not-for-profits. They bring a greater breadth and depth of experience and creativity. My internal staff must be the floor to our creativity. We are not the ceiling. If we are the ceiling by insourcing everything, we cap our own potential. Our strategy of flexible experts has provided the TSO with a much higher caliber of digital management than we could achieve if we were to do everything in-house. Now, what about in-house? Here we have people on the TSO marketing team who are excellent at creating content and building marketing campaigns that drive concert sales on a day-to-day, concert-to-concert basis. We evaluate the skill set of the team on an ongoing basis to see what else we might need to add, or whether it means hiring, developing someone internally, or finding a consultant or partner. Do we always get it right? No, not at all. Last year, we worked with an outside PR firm to help us reach more media outlets. They are a fabulous company with great skills. But this year, we used only inside resources, and we are even more pleased with the results. The deep musical knowledge we have inside could not be outsourced without compromising the impact we sought. When we get it right, we are able to have far greater impact in the market than our small budgets would presuppose. I'd say we've been successful when we have stuck to our knitting. We're not experts in websites. We are not experts in e-commerce. We're not a graphic design shop or a printing company. We are experts in marketing and orchestra. We focus on the facts, not opinions. We understand what the facts are telling us. And we adapt our team logically, incrementally, and through iteration. And that brings me to the third point I want to make. The third and finally, maybe even the most valuable element we've integrated into our marketing practice at the TSO revolves around learning. As a wise person once said, get it right the first time and you learn one thing. Get it wrong and you learn 2. We've learned a lot, often at a very accelerated pace. But our learning methodology has been torn straight out of lean startup thinking. Build, measure, learn. always asking ourselves, did we achieve the goal we set out to achieve? The build, measure, learn loop emphasizes speed. It's also a learning cycle of turning ideas into programs, measuring customers' reaction, and then deciding whether to preserve what you've done or to pivot. It's a rapid iteration tool. We use it all the time. At the TSO, we approached our website initiative this way. We engaged the right partners on the project inside and outside the TSO, built concepts that achieved our strategic objectives, measured, learned, iterated, changed, evolved. Continuously, we make it better. And we're still doing it. Now, this is a challenge for the finance department to understand. They are usually on me about why are we continuing to spend on the website when it's already made. But this is the focus of better, stronger, more effective ROI. The returns we get from doing this are far greater than the returns we get from anything else we spend on. We've approached social media this way. We've developed educational videos, interviews, sizzle reels, and so on, knowing that we will go on to measure their impact, learn, and revise. We've reached over 1 million YouTube views this way. The idea is constant iteration, constantly making things better. But at the TSO, we were not strong in measurement and learning. Measurement, or fact-based decision-making, requires many things. So we do focus groups to support us. We do quantitative research. We do user testing on an ongoing basis. We have post-concert surveys. We compile vast amounts of measurement. And from all of this measurement, however, we have to create information. Measurement in and of itself is not the end. It's information that can be used. The information is the basis of our learning. We use web activities, Google Analytics. All of these things have to be turned into actionable items. When we have information, we set our experts on it, our team on it, and working in conjunction, working together, we are able to make improvements. We build together, we act, we measure, we learn together. Now this can be tough because this is where mistakes are most obvious, and it's where I think we've really excelled for several reasons. First, we fire bullets, and then we fire cannonballs, to steal from Jim Collins. Bullets are the small, flexible experiments we create all the time. We test out our hypotheses. We stop fast if there are no results. When the bullet works, when we hit our objective, we then fire cannonballs. We concentrate our efforts with full force on what is working. We do this in Facebook. We do this on Facebook every day. Now, it requires some flexible budget planning, or at least a portion of the budget assigned for flexible utility, but it allows us to excel and win or cut our losses when we don't. Second, we balance ambition and discipline. Here, I'm paraphrasing the Hall of Fame basketball player Bill Bradley. And the point is pretty obvious. Working with me at the TSO, I want my staff to have tremendous ambition for themselves, for their careers, for their families, for their lives. And I ask them individually to bring to their work the same level of artistic excellence we see on the stage every night. The same level of artistry that the TSO delivers in music, we must deliver in marketing. That requires discipline, perseverance. New ideas do not excuse sloppiness. Everything we do must be strategically sound, beautifully designed, and executed with the intention to win. And third, we create a culture that accepts failure, that learns from it. And we've heard that word a number of times today, and that's a compliment. When I joined the TSO, we had a CEO whose goal was to establish the TSO as the most innovative orchestra in the world. With a culture of innovation comes a lot of experimentation. If you're doing it right, then a lot of failures go along with your successes. And this can be a very tough pill to swallow in a not-for-profit organization where every dollar counts and most of them come from donors. Leadership is critical in creating a culture where it's okay to experiment and often fail. My response when team members come in and say, okay, we did this and it didn't work, is to say, all right, what did we learn and how will it help us next time? If it's a whopper, if it's a big problem, I make sure that the executive, the board, whomever knows, that the mistake stops with me and I have my team's back. This keeps the ideas flowing, keeps morale high, and most importantly, it stops the blame game. They see that I value initiative and new ways of thinking. Last spring, for example, we developed a marketing program to sell fixed-seat curated subscription packages. The initiative was strategic, it was innovative, it was beautifully executed, and it failed. I really think we only sold 5 subscriptions, like it was not very much. But how our team handled that program did more for our team and more for our marketing approach than we could have hoped for. It led us to the idea of theme packages, new subscriber benefits, and different messaging during renewals. Our first idea failed. What we learned from it helped us to succeed. So, let's try to bring this all together for a moment. Our vision of agile marketing is rooted in choosing to learn from our customers. That means we have to know customers deeply. We have to see our world through their eyes. We know it's about them, not us. We have to make them feel something throughout their journey with us. Our work in marketing must be just as artistically excellent as the music we put on the stage. Choice is central to success. It's an essential aspect of our agile strategy. Choice begins with the team you put on the floor and must cascade across all resources and processes. We've created a flexible team of experts to address all of our needs, but we've stayed focused on the parts that we need to be great at. We've adopted a bias towards action where doing is always greater than not doing. In everything we do, learning is paramount. We never begin an idea or launch a program based on its current value. We choose them based on their future value. We build, we measure, we learn. We try things and experiment and refine them, always measuring the risk and always balancing ambition with discipline. And most importantly, we foster a culture where we learn from failure, we understand it, and we use it to make us more successful. Failure is not a bad word. This is truly the golden age for marketing, and it is a great time to adopt the thinking behind agile marketing. It is not the time to sit back and wait and see who wins. It's the time to innovate, to experiment, to try things. Relationships with our customers is at the core of what we create in marketing. It was always this way. What is different today is that the technology we have to create, manage, and grow those relationships, that technology must be at the service of relationships, not itself. If I can leave you with only one thought today, it's this. Focus on what you can do. Don't be defeated by lack of resources or resistance from the status quo or culture barriers. Try something, experiment, challenge conventional thinking. You will find success. Our customers want us to succeed. We live in a world today that desperately needs what we offer, and we will only be defeated when we stop trying. In the words of Dr. King, keep moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful way to end our speeches today. Thank you, David. So I have some announcements to share. My notes here say AMA Conference 2016. We're hoping to have a theme and a title ready to announce. And I do, but it's on another bit of paper. Okay, so let me get this in order. Booking is now open for the AMA Conference 2017, I think that's meant to say. It opened yesterday and we've already sold some places, yay. It's taking place in Belfast on the 25th to the 27th of July. And don't forget, AMA members are entitled to a fantastic early bird booking rate up until the end of January. So get a wriggle on is the message there. The conference is called The Value of Everything. As professionals trying to find the best way to build relationships with our audiences, We have unlimited access to ideas and how to improve our practice. But how do we decide what is of best value to us and what can help us reach our audience goals, despite all our different individual challenges, limited resources, competing priorities, or possibly even just information overload? So that is the theme that we'll be exploring and developing in the conference next year. I hope to see as many of you there as possible. The second thing to announce is our copywriting day. This is our second annual copywriting day, which will take place on the 1st of March in London, next year, obviously. And this year we'll look at how storytelling can help us to engage audiences. Again, bookings are open today on the AMA website, so why don't you try and be the first person to book? And of course, your membership means that you get a reduced rate to attend. Other things to announce, well, I'd like again to thank our supporters here, Spektrix. Thank you very much indeed. As I mentioned before, they're sponsoring drinks at 5 o'clock at the Star of Kings. 2 of the team will be here to lead you over the way. It's less than a 3-minute walk from here, and if you're using your phone to find it, the postcode is N10AX. That is N10AX. Spektrix are generously providing beer and burgers for us. So make the most of this chance to meet them and eat them. The burgers, not the Spektrix people. And chat to us and network with your peers. I also want to thank the venue that we've been here today. They've been so helpful and so brilliant. So massive thanks to all the people that have been helping us today. And to Pilot, who have been live streaming for us today. A request, please, can you complete your evaluation form? Because we want to be able to be agile. We don't want to fail, but we do want some feedback. And that's what those are for. That's how we make things better for you. That will go out by email on Monday and will also be available from Twitter and a link from our website. And you can also find a link to it on your name badge, I think. Is that right? On the back of, I haven't got one on the back of your name badge. So actually, why don't you do it on your way home, depending how many of Spektrix beers and burgers you consumed. Good to get things done, hey? We are now going to have the AMA's AGM. The vast majority of you are members. I think we've got about 19 non-members here. It's really important for us that you have the opportunity to influence our organisation. Now, let me think about how to put this. If you really need to go and do something else, then by all means, you don't have to stay at the AGM. However, I must have 60 of you in this room, so perhaps you could work with me to avoid some embarrassing scenario where we're forced to lock the door. So just please, could you stay? It's not a long meeting, and I shall be introducing the new CEO of the AMA during this meeting. So we're going to count. We're generally going to lock the door if too many people leave at this point. Are we still okay?